Just trying to get my audio from my DAW working. I'll be with you properly in a second. Hello everyone. I've got my chat mirrored properly for once. Get my streaming over myself as always. Because when do I not have my own channel open on the browser? Yeah, I had everything ready and then I stepped away from the computer for a moment and then the audio stopped coming through. So there's basically if you ever want to do like screen recording with a DAW, with a digital audio workstation, you have to like route your sound card into OBS through some other means because it just doesn't work otherwise. So that's what I'm trying to do now. I had it set up, it was working fine. I left it alone for a minute and it decided it was no longer going to work fine. Let's try that one. Right, so I'll stop. This is my little plugin that that should reroute the audio. I can hear it twice now, so I just need to mute it. Hi folks, this is an indie games channel. It's usually an indie games channel. Thought I'd make some music today because I can. It's my channel. Do what I want. Let me just swap that back and see if I can get it to register it again, because I was doing it through the PHL channel before. So I'm trying to just trick OBS into listening out for my sound card properly. There we go. So yeah, Mickey, this is the tool I've found to do it. Vox and Go Recorder. You put it on the master channel, and then you output it to an MME, and you send it to a device, and then you make an audio listener on OBS for that. It seems to be okay. A bit quiet. So I thought I had a spare evening and like an empty house, so I thought I'd just make some music. I've got a game on the go that you may have seen my devlog of, which is this sort of very low fidelity pixel art weird fantasy thing, and my layout on this has gone completely weird. How do I reset all my windows? It's very sort of, yeah, low fantasy, dark fantasy, 1-bit game, and I want some sort of ambient synth stuff for it, and it is way too early for me to be making music for this game. This game does not need music yet. So in terms of workflow, this is kind of dumb. But I also think, like, I don't know, if you're doing every part of a project, then there's nothing wrong with like making one piece to set a vibe early on, just so you kind of know what it sounds like if it's something you do and it's not a big extra amount of effort for you to do. So, you know, I when I did a devlog about this game, I talked a little bit about the sort of dungeon synth movement and how these aesthetics and world building that's in dungeon synth was sort of inspiring the game I was making, and Witchbolt is sort of like one of the main artists in this space that I really like and look up to. It's just like dark ambient synth. So I'm going to make some stuff like this, and then the other thing is that the more I can build up my own library of ambient music I've made, the better, because whenever I do streams where I'm like deving or something like that, and I put on a supposedly royalty-free music thing, I always get copyright struck. So basically, unless you own the music, you just never know. And you might put up like one stream that suddenly does really well and does numbers, and then because one song gets detected, you have to like lose whatever you would make off of that stream. It doesn't bother me that much, but it seems like the sort of thing, like the channel growth is starting to take off. Like it was going linear, and now it's sort of, as you'll see with like growth on a lot of internet platforms, it was going in a linear line, and then it's sort of gone whoop up like a ski slope. And when things like that happen, you start thinking, oh, I better take this a bit more seriously now. So I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone. I haven't made any music for a little while. I need music to run in the background in the channel. I don't need music for my game yet, but maybe I can make some pieces that fit both of those criteria. And then if I trash this game, which is highly likely because I never finish anything I start, then then I can still use that music. And that's kind of what I've been doing so far. I've got this library of music I've made before, and that's what I tend to put on in the background when I need something in a video. So yeah, it's weird music making stream. I'm not going to be doing a tutorial because who am I to tell you how to do things, but I will be thinking out loud about what I'm doing so that you can kind of query it or, you know, ask me how it works or anything like that. I've also got some new toys, which I'm quite excited about. I don't know why the chat is in black and white. It's like the chat heard about the dungeon synth and was like, yep, we're going black and white over here. I think I just had a color corrector on it and I hadn't turned it off. YouTube chat, why are you like that? I've got a blending mode on. I'll put it on normal. There we go. That's fine. That'll do fine. So yeah, the game I've been making, in case anyone has popped in randomly, I'll show the game first when I find my controller. I think I can play without the controller. It is basically a blueprints, like you play a little golem going around in a little world, and then you sort of build rooms as you go along. So you've got like a spatial puzzle of trying to build the dungeon out, and then the rooms will have different stuff in that benefits you in kind of different ways as you go on. So I'm sort of partially making music for that, even though it's way too early into production to bother about music, but sometimes it helps to set the scene, I guess. I just haven't made any music for a while. So yeah, that's the game. I want to make some dungeon synth like Witch Bolt. Now, ideally, what would happen is I finish this game, which I never do, and then I pester some high up. And I say high up, it's like probably a tiny little subculture, but it would be really cool to get one of the proper dungeon synth guys to do the music. But I will do my own to start with and see where we go from there. I've also got some new toys, so this is for the music nerds out there. Native Access is kind of like Adobe Suite, but for like drums and synthesizers, and they have like a, I don't know, like $15 a month subscription thing where you just get loads of stuff, and then you get addicted to it. And then when you can't afford it anymore, you cry. But I hadn't been making much music, so I cancelled my subscription for like 3 or 4 months. And I just got it back again today. And I was supposed to be making some music with a guy I'm in a band in, but I didn't get round to it. So he was busy. So I thought, well, I've reapplied the subscription, so why not make something? So I've got some new toys in here. But the ones I was already thinking of a couple of things to be looking at for this in terms of like sounds and stuff. Because I think that world I'm already building, I want it to be sort of... Oh, what's going on? Losing focus of stuff. I want it to be sort of like a bit majestic, a bit sad, but quite open and empty sounding, but not necessarily scary. Like, I think that whole thing of just having a big black void in the background is already quite spooky. So I want the music to be more on the pretty side. And I might even build it so that later on, this is me getting way ahead of myself, but it would be cool if later on it could sort of have layers that came in depending on how much of each building type you built. Like you build loads of red, those horrible red rooms with the horrible fungus stuff in, and you get loads of nasty squelchy sounds and stuff. This instrument Playbox is one that I have never used in my own music because it's just too strange and alien, but I think in game music it would have quite a good... this has just so many strange samples in it. And I just really like it kind of has... A lot of them have a synth sound in there and then some weird textural thing as well. It's quite good for, you know, things like Spelunky or Rogue Legacy, where their music is sort of, it has like an 8-bit layer and then it has a more modern layer, and they're kind of sat alongside each other, so it doesn't sound too much like annoying old school chiptune. And I think I'd like to do something like that, where it has some sort of old school Metroid-y song sounds in it, but it isn't entirely that. The weird thing is, because it's doing that, like, I'm playing... That's like a whole glissando chord on that note, so I don't even know what the notes are that are coming out of it when I... Yeah, that's got some really cool sounds in it. And you can like randomize it and it will just pick a random one. One of the things I quite like to do... Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. One of the things I quite like to do when I'm making music is I'll program in a part using MIDI, and then afterwards I'll run it and record the instrument, and then let it play through the MIDI, right? Because the MIDI is like the sheet music that the computer uses to play the notes, but you can like copy the same MIDI and have different instruments playing the same MIDI. One of the things I like to do is run it, record what it's doing, and then change the sound as it's playing through the MIDI, and then you just get some weird random stuff you didn't expect. That's a cool sort of like 80s John Carpenter thing. Like this could be on the Mandy soundtrack or something like that. I've got to do something like with that. I mean, I said sort of sad, dark, and majestic, didn't I? And that's what that sounds like. So rather than going through every patch in that damn thing, I'm just going to use that immediately, because that's really kind of the vibe I was going for. And if it's got too much, then I can go through and filter it afterwards and like push it back. Because one of the things about lo-fi music and ambient synth music, we can get into some sort of cognitive neuro aesthetics here, but basically your brain is hardwired to pay attention to sounds that occur in the consonant range. One of the reasons why like older people can't hear voices very well is they lose that audio range and they can't hear the consonants in words, which are the main things that allow us to understand what someone's saying. Because like if someone's through a wall and they go woo, it's all the bass, right? So the consonants are usually what allow us to understand what someone is saying. And if you've ever heard of polyvagal theory, which is basically the idea that our vagus nervous system goes into like different modes, like fight or flight or rest and relaxation. And when you're in rest and relaxation, like social mode, you can hear more of the consonant range of people talking. The consonant range basically makes us pay attention to something. It's the thing that adds detail in music. It's the thing that adds like top-end detail and texture, and it's what most people listen for when they're listening to the radio. If there's a drum pattern, people will along with the hi-hats. If there's a vocal or a high saxophone or something, that's the bit that people consciously listen to. And then the darker, lower sounds are the things that like shape the overall groove of what you're listening to, and people sort of move to it, but they don't consciously listen to it. And all of that is one of the reasons why when you get lo-fi music and ambient music, it tends to be filtered down, so a lot of those top sounds that you would pay attention to are like crushed out of the music, and that's what allows it to sort of sit in the background and not get your attention too much. And those are the sorts of things that are worth thinking about if you're making music for games or using music for your games, because your sound effects are an important communicative part of your game, and you don't want them to sort of you don't want the music to overpower them. This is this is FL Studio, which used to be Fruity Loops, but the sounds I'm using are from Contact, which is a patch that can be used in anything. And you can set it to use to actually play it with the computer keyboard as well. What I'm doing is I'm playing stuff on my MIDI keyboard, but then I'm kind of click playing it in here because I'm just doing really long drone notes. Sort of sounds like some weird synth version of Creep. or something. That little top note that was coming through on that was really cool. So this sample pack, this kind of weird instrument I'm using, what it's doing, if I can get it to come back again. Come on, Contact. It's like Contact is shy today. Contact doesn't want to stay open. Let's shut some stuff down in case it's being weird because of that. Contact. Right. View. That's really strange. Basically, it has two samples that it's kind of playing over each other to some degree. And that's how it gets so much texture, because it's like two things. I quite like that. That is sort of, is kind of majestic. It's kind of a little bit happy sounding, but in a melancholic way, which I think probably suits the vibe of the game I was making, and also means it wouldn't be terrible as background music for the channel. Like if I need to go on the channel and tell you that my dog has died or something like that, it'd be perfect. We had so many good times together. And then the sort of stuff you can do, which... Why is it being so strange about loading up Contact today? One of the things you can do as well is, now I've put that on a timeline, and some of this is going to look familiar to you if you've used timelines in animation like Unity and stuff, as you can start to automate stuff on the timeline. So that instrument is going into this channel on the mixer. So what I can do now is I can make a EQ, right? So what I talked about before. So the stuff I was talking about before, Return of the Chungus is a great name, yeah. So most of this is like the audio frequency range. Low stuff down here. Take that out and it sounds really tinny. And then, but what I want to do is cut a lot of the frequencies so it's really sort of muted. And then basically, if you imagine that this is like I need to shut some windows. This over here is now like a gate, right? And it's only letting this stuff through. And that's why you can now hear less of the sound. And then what I can do is I can gradually turn this gate down, the EQ, and let through more of that. And then hide it again. And that's one of the things in ambient music is, if you think back to some of the music psychology stuff, which is probably quite similar to some of the psychology in level design, actually. Like, level design is all about, like, changing between extremes and, like, creating dynamics by going through a narrow thing and then a big thing and a dark thing and a light thing. Like, making a song that catches people's attention is very similar to that. But ambient music is aiming for the opposite thing. Ambient music is aiming for just sort of like creating a big mood in the background. So you can do something like this with a very simple progression that doesn't change much, but then change the texture of it over time by doing stuff like this, like having effects that sort of gradually automate in and out. So what I'm going to do, and again, this isn't like a technical tutorial of how to use FL, but I'm pretty much sure every program will have something like this. I'm going to create what's called an automation clip on here, and this gives me a rubber band where I can just draw exactly what I was doing with that knob where I was twisting it, and I can say, okay, here I want it at the top, so that gate is going to be all the way up, and then over here it's going to gradually release. So that's what it sounds like at the start of the song. And then later on in the song, it's opened up 3 minutes in. We're going to get a little bit of that synth doing that raw type thing. And then it's going to go back to where it started, and it's going to fade it back out. And that gives me quite a big sort of dynamic change over the course of that, even though all I've done is put in 4 notes. So I'm going to call this Return of the Chungus as requested. Yeah, I mean, I think doing your own music when you don't really consider yourself a musician is all just one of those. It's like with doing art where, yeah, if you try and do something super complicated with loads and loads of stuff in, and you're not very, you're not very up to scratch on how anything works, then it's going to be awful. But if you keep things simple, it's going to be okay. I don't know what half of these new things are, so that's fun. New toys. This one is called Ethereal Earth, though, so I feel like just by name that's going to have some stuff in that we want to use, so I'm going to try it. The problem now is that I don't know what key the last thing was in, because it was samples and not actually... It wasn't actually playing the keys I was playing on the keyboard. It was like... I think we were in C# or something. So yeah, the last synth I picked was perfect for this, but it was in C#, which means I have to play some awkward notes. My biggest piece of advice, if you're not a musician and you want to make music for games, is just make all of your music in the key of C, which basically just means that you only use the white notes. You don't need to go outside of that. If you were like, oh, I want my music to sound Arabic, you might have to do some research or something. But if you want to be able to make your own music quickly and you're not really a musician, just stick to C. And A minor is the same notes, it just starts on A, which makes it sound sad. Let me switch to an instrument that actually allows you to hear the notes, because at the moment I'm using loads of weird chord pads. Synthy. Yes, C++ is not a musical thing, unfortunately. Oh, this has got so many cool things in it that just add so many layers of texture in one instrument. Really, making this kind of stuff is the easiest kind of music to make. As soon as you start having beats and bass and stuff that needs to be mixed well, then that's the... I mean, I say that's the bit that's hard. That's the bit I find hard. I find mixing really hard. I find it a lot harder than just... The initial stage is like you're just throwing loads of stuff onto a big trash sculpture, and then when you mix, you have to sort of work out what to take away or sand off. That's cool. New toys. One of the things that's happening at the moment is because I'm using one pad on top of another pad, they both have like weird harmonics in, so I just need to pick a simpler instrument that is just a note rather than a pad. So a pad is like a synth instrument that plays more than one note when you play a note. How'd you get that good? Mostly just sort of learning to improvise, I guess. When you watch people improvise musically, it's like they have this library of phrases that they put together, and just certain things their hands do, I guess. And also, melody, if you don't know music theory, then most of it is just like working out which notes are allowed. So I don't know the notes in C# minor off by heart, so I have to just noodle around until I find them and then go, okay, those are the notes that are allowed. That's quite a nice preset. So this is one of the Contact plugins. This is just called Lo-Fi Glow. I have a massive library of plugins, and there's only a few things I use all the time. I use this all the time. Because even if I'm making like rock music, then the synths I want tend to be like these kind of like 70s analog sounding. The chord progression is really nice because there's a moment in a minute where it just has like one chord that sounds like a really dark change. There. I'm going to try and record some of that. So what I do now, there's like two types of things that can exist on this timeline. I need to make my taskbar go away because it's not letting me see the bottom of my screen here. Okay, here it is. There's two types of things that can exist on the timeline. This is like this is MIDI, right? So that's the reason why you can see these notes. Those are those big pad chord notes being played, where it's just like the computer has sort of, it kind of knows what note to play, and then the thing that's plugged into that is playing those notes, right? And then this is the automation that makes that start off kind of quiet and then open up and gain its kind of top frequencies that have this kind of roaring sound gradually throughout the song. It takes a long time. And then you can put audio files directly on here. Like if I were to record myself doing a poem, like if I were like work. Oh yeah, it will work. Am I coming through twice? Like if I were to go, the Chungus returneth, then you can see. Let's turn that back off now. Whoa. See, there's the audio. So you've got, this is MIDI and this is audio. The Chungus returneth. And the, I guess the similarity is like, MIDI is like vector graphics, and this is like a bitmap, right? So a bitmap graphic is like the data is stored as every single pixel of the image, whereas vector graphics are stored as points and color information and stuff like that. So MIDI is like vector graphics in the sense that it's easy to change later on. You can change it after you've done it, and audio is harder to change. Like I can do stuff to this with effects, but I can't fundamentally change that waveform very easily, right? And that means that most of the time, if you want to be able to change stuff, you do it as MIDI rather than like recording this sound. Although I quite like recording the sound because it creates a destructive workflow where you can't go back, right? So it's like the music equivalent of you're working in a Photoshop file and you keep flattening things, and you shouldn't flatten things, and people will tell you off for doing that, but it sort of makes you work in a particular way that kind of makes you free and messier. So I do tend to do a lot of work with just like recording things straight to audio when I should be using MIDI. And that's just a thing I do. So I'm gonna just adding in this is going to be a MIDI channel to record that synth instrument I was just playing. And what I'll do is I'll just record myself noodling for the entire song, and then if there's any bits that are pretty good or pretty bad, then I'll leave them in or take them away. And I'll also do some just do some color here. Deep synth, that's a dark blue because it sounds dark blue, and the synth noodles will be a sort of, I think that sound sounds that color. So I'm changing it to record notes rather than audio, and then now when I play the keyboard it will actually record and you'll see the notes appear on there. Oh. Okay. Didn't get anything then. Yeah, there we go. I'll start from the last chord. Let's start from here. Let's give it a little bit of space on its own at the start. Got like a weird kind of pulse in that top synth, and I can't tell whether it's in time or not because I don't have any rhythmic elements in the song, so I'm probably going to put some sort of pulse in because it's quite hard to play along to at the moment. Got a note bendy thing up this end of the keyboard, but the camera's not on it. So yeah, that will be messy. I'm gonna narrow it right down again in terms of the frequencies that are coming through. That kind of thing. So it sounds like it just sort of sounds really distant. Because one of the things you don't want to do is for like sounds to jump out at you, because you want the sound effects of the game to be the thing that jumps out, because they're stating stuff that's happening in the game. And then that's just putting a massive great reverb on that. And then basically anything that has a knob here, I can do what I did before and automate it. So I can start that synth off if I oh no, I can't automate this one, that's a shame. So I think there is another reverb that I can do that with though. Maybe if I just do it with the built-in one. So yeah, each of these, if I create an automation clip for that. So in audio, when you hear people talk about wet or dry, it's just how much of an effect is being applied. So this rubber band, if I put this all the way up, that reverb is all the way up. So it is as loud, the effect is as loud as the dry version of the instrument underneath. If I put it all the way down, you can't really hear it anymore. So I can sort of create a similar kind of sine wave to what I did before, but here it's like the reverb is being applied and then taken away and then applied and taken away, and it just creates more textual variation throughout the thing. This is very similar to doing like lerping of a variable in programming or something like that, I guess. Like, it's similar to what you would do with animation curves, but it's just applied to turning an effect on and off. And then I'll just take the whole MIDI and just repeat it up here as well. That, I don't like that bit that's so high, so what I'll do is I'll go in here and find it. Just make it really quiet. It doesn't seem to, volume control doesn't seem to do anything to it though. So just have to... That's like automating the volume of the notes. So rather than take them out completely where it's messy, I've left them in and just dipped the volume. So what I'm trying to create is just loads of like little variations in texture, so nothing jumps out too much and it's just all about mood, really. I think that gets a bit too growly there, so I'm going to slow down the first effect I put on. I'll color code that so I know what it's relating to. And see what happens when we cross over and they're both playing at the same time. I can just put the game on and see if it fits. I need to get my controller because some of the new controls I put in don't actually map on. I added a bunch of moves to the character controller and I haven't put keyboard equivalents of them on yet. I'm getting my revenge from all the people that have sent me games that should be controller enabled that aren't. It feels a little bit overwhelming, I would say. And it's funny, isn't it? Because there's only 2 instruments. I think it tonally fits the game, but it feels a bit just like... Maybe that's just because I'm at the start of a game. It does sound like something that would be deeper into a game or after you'd done more. So it's just quite... That first synth that we put in is just quite big. No, I'm not doing the game jam. I never take part in ones that are that short. I know, like, his are some of the best because he... I remember Aramis saying that the reason he likes Mark's jams is that Mark picks the theme. And I think that's a good idea. I think if you make it too democratic, then people just pick really boring themes or just end up making something they would have made anyway, you know? The theme is... combat. The theme is collecting coins. Is anyone else doing the game jam? The Game Maker's Toolkit one? It like literally just started, so I'm guessing people aren't if they're here. Yeah, I've done quite a bit to it, but I've also broken a lot in the process. So the character controller is very slippery. Like, when I do the run, I've got, like, run mapped onto my right shoulder button, kind of like Spelunky, but it's very, very slippery. It feels like you're in a Mario Ice level. And I also... I've got the... When you build the rooms, I have it so you have to, like, hold the button down to keep the door open, and then you release it to build the room. And that wasn't like a deliberate UX choice. I just broke the code and I wasn't able to get it back to what it was. So I think I'll be rewriting that at some point. But I took it to a meetup and basically people were saying that they wanted the controls when they open the door and pick their next room. They wanted them to be a bit more intuitive, which is fine. So I think my next step is just kind of reconfiguring how you build your next room, because at the moment what's happening here is I can build a lair that fits in that square, or I can build a cellar, and I can't build anything up or along because those spaces are blocked. Before I had it so that you could kind of write over them, but it just made the choices meaningless. So I've made it now that when you're in a space like this, you've actually got limited options and you can't just build whatever you want. And that's where, I mean, that's kind of what makes the drafting in Blueprints work, is this kind of gradually narrowing possibility space of what you can do that starts to kind of feel tense the longer you spend time in it, because you're like, oh, I'm running out of keys, or I can't put anything down here because it's a weird corner, all of that kind of stuff. And also, you will notice the chungus now grows, which means you can get totally screwed by getting stuck. It's kind of forgiving though. You can see it's still trying to leave a path. The chungus is like encroaching, but it's not like it's not totally stopping me from getting out of that room. But yeah, I made a little algorithm to make it spread so that the red rooms now have their sort of character of being the annoying thing that you don't want to draft. So even though these monsters don't do anything yet, the red rooms, you can kind of get stuck in them because the chungus builds in front of the doors and stuff like that. But you also have a few situations I've been in where I've built a red room and then the growth has allowed me to sort of jump up in the room and get up to where I want to go to. So it's sort of a bit of a... just feels like a risk reward. Cheese. I think when I'm later on in this project, I will do layered music for this. And what I was sort of thinking of was... Oh, sorry, I need to stop FL playing because the drone is making me feel slightly insane. So what I was thinking of is that there would be a kind of a multi-layered piece of music. Yeah, exactly, Cheese. That's exactly what I was thinking of. So there's basically four main room colors at the moment. We've got gray rooms, which are sort of purple, but they're just like basic rooms that don't have any kind of quality to them beyond there are, you know, they have these drop through platforms. That's the only thing that's different about them. And they spawn these jars, right, that have the treasure in. I've also implemented that stuff at the bottom left, which is relics, like Slay the Spire type relics. And the reason I like these generally in games is they feel really chunky to get. It's not like you don't get a 5% increase in something. You get like a real big kind of Boolean modifier on some game behavior. So what these do at the moment, I've got them all turned on. That's kind of my debug god mode. But the bonsai tree allows these jars, treasure jars, to spawn in green rooms. These are lockpicks. They sort of double or triple the amount of keys you get out of jars, and then the magnet is doing a coin magnet thing. So I'm going to have, whenever you see a little pink question mark, is going to be a pickup point for these. But at the moment, I've just got them all set on as default. So I'll be just gradually adding more and more of these relics to this library. And I've added them early because they're so easy to implement. It's literally just a list of the sprites, a list of the ones you've got, and then like somewhere in the code there's one check to see if you've got an item, and then it changes one thing. And I sort of never really thought about how those kind of relic systems are actually quite simple to implement, because it is just like one big change that it makes to one part of the code. But getting back to the music thing, you've got green rooms and blue rooms, and the idea is that green rooms will be rooms that you kind of upgrade within a single run. Like you collect the bonsai tree and you've upgraded your green room, and you collect something else and you've upgraded your green rooms. And they basically won't be, they'll be kind of useless on their own, but the more relics you collect in a run, the more powerful green rooms become, right? So they're kind of growth themed. And then the blue rooms, which I don't know if I've got them in, will be like rooms with special functions that you unlock in the meta game, like by collecting enough gold and spending it outside of the main game, right? So blue ones will be sort of technology themed rooms that do special things that like allow you to do other stuff in the game that you can't do yet, or just give you more stuff more quickly. And then the red rooms will just generally always be bad. And what I was thinking is exactly what you just described, Cheese on Cheese, is have like a multi-layered instrumental, and it has like a red layer and a blue layer and a green layer. And depending on how many of each room you build, it sort of starts to add that layer in. So if you have loads of those red rooms and there's loads of chungus, you'll just have lots of like, I don't know, blibbity blobbity, scary, non-musical, atonal kind of sound, right? And then like the green ones would be all panpipes and stuff, I don't know. And then like maybe the grey rooms do some sort of percussion thing, or it could be to do with room proximity of like how close you're standing to them. Like, I'm here, so it's mostly grey and it's a bit green, and that determines the levels of the music. But I've never really implemented adaptive music, but I think the simplest way of doing it is just having versions of the song that are the same length and they're all looping at the same time, and you start some of them off on 0 volume and you just fade them in and out like a DJ using a mixer. And that's what I intend to do. So I won't be doing anything fancy with like Fmod or Wise or anything like that. I'll just be doing it myself in the engine, I think. I mean, I could try and do that now, because why not? Because there's no reason not to, right? So let's do it. Let's make some adaptive music. Yeah, Playbox is really cool. So I think we're going to just do that, Cheese, because I've got a couple of hours. That sounds fun. Why not? So I'm going to keep this Return of the Chungus. I'm going to keep Return of the Chungus, and then I'm going to start a new file and do this kind of color-coded track that we just talked about. So I'm going to start off with Scary Chungus, and let's set a tempo for this and maybe put some percussion in first. I think 130 is good. It's kind of like 130 is like dubstep tempo. If you half time it, dun dun dunk, dun dun badunk. It's quite good for like something that feels busy and like you're running around. So I'm going to make a little percussion loop, We will return to the chungus. Yeah, we will return to the chungus. I make a little percussion loop, and then I'm going to try and make a red layer of like scary sounds, and then we'll export them all differently, and then yeah, see what happens. It would probably be only 30 minutes of programming once I've got them all in, or less. So depending on how kind of 24K drums. I don't know what this is yet. Discoteca drums. I feel like that's going to have more of the kind of retro vibe that we want. So let's see what this is. I think the people that do graphic design for these plugins are absolute legends, because the fact that you can kind of like make something that visually gives you a sense of what something sounds like before you've opened it is very, very... It's very... I don't know, it just takes a lot of skill. Let's do like a basic pulse thing with this. What am I doing? Beat. This is how not to write a drum beat. That's great. I've got to use that. That's such a bad sort of like sort of like something you would hear in a sort of Golden Axe game or something. Let's put it on. That's not what I want. It doesn't even really matter if this track comes out good or not. I can just use, like, this can be like us working out the methodology. You can't hear the sound because I set up a new track. Yeah, sorry. So I need to put in a thing to reroute the sound to the OBS. This stuff is so long-winded. So output to MME, start. That should do it. There we go. I had very briefly had a music channel before I set up the games channel, and this stuff, it just, the workarounds you have to do to get something working properly is like, there you go. That's the drum sound I just put in. So we've got this terrible sort of Golden Axe tom-tom here. But I think terrible Golden Axe tom-tom is... I think, you know, Golden Axe is probably quite a good reference for this type of thing. Because Golden Axe was like, at the time, it was like, what if we made a video game of Conan, but sort of almost child-friendly kind of thing? Which is kind of right for this kind of almost one-bit thing I'm doing, so... I'll just filter some of that out so it feels a bit grungy. Rise from your grave! There we go. I've distorted it a bit so it sounds even older. And I'm gonna map these onto the colors that are in my game. And what we'll do, I'll set myself a creative rule here of I'm only gonna have one line of synth per color of rooms, okay? And that is not necessarily what I want. It's just I'm gonna call this red, green, blue. It's not necessarily what I want, but it just means that I will actually get this finished, right? So if I set myself some kind of creative constraint, the creative constraint is going to be one layer of synth per room color. And then I have a chance at actually making this during this session and getting it into the game. Let me just do that. So we do the scary one first. What looks like it's going to have the scariest sounds in it. I think Playbox probably has the scariest sounds, but we want it... I think the red, the kind of fungus one, I want it to almost be like non-musical. So maybe this one called Melted Vibes will have something like that in. Just sort of like bleep bloopy and computery. Because I see that red stuff as being like a kind of evil alien fungus or something. That's great. What's that? What's the Kanye song where it samples the Tame Impala song? The Black Skinhead. But that's like in a waltz, so I don't know how that fits with the drum pattern that I just made that was in 4/4/4/4. Quite like that waltz thing, so maybe I just need to put my drums into a waltz and just... The thing about making it in a waltz is it does sort of automatically start sounding medieval. I don't know how this timing thing works. Okay, it's the 1 and the 3 on that sort of... That'll work, I think. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of lurched into being something to use for the game rather than something to use for the channel, but that's fine. I think this is probably more fun to observe anyway, so let's just go with it. Sometimes you just got to start making a thing and then work out what the thing is afterwards. It's not going to give us enough variation, though, that bass thing. I need to use a different instrument for that bass part, I think. We need something really glitchy for the fungus. It should be that kind of thing. Yeah, Chris, it is. It is for that game. Although that game is definitely not at the stage where it needs to have music, but maybe I'll put that in. I'm cheating now. I'm already breaking my rule. I'm going to put that in as part of the bottom pulse of the music rather than the red channel. I'm already breaking the rules. Okay. I need the perfect synth for the red room. What's Luxor? What's in the Luxor synth? Just some piano. That's a cool sub. This just seems like loads of pop instruments. Oh yeah, autogun might be good. That's a good shout. That's kind of getting to fungus. Basically, I want the sound of if you took the mycelial network in a forest and gave them synthesizers and then they started talking to each other, what would it sound like? That's a little bit closer to what I want. The fungus rhythmic, yeah. I sort of want... I want something a bit scary sounding, but yeah, it should sound like some sort of rhythmic chant. I think that's right. Let's have a look back into Playbox again, because there's so many weird alien sounds in there. The problem is, I mean, it doesn't matter if this one is out of tune with the rest of the song, I guess, because the whole point is that it's supposed to be the thing that you're avoiding, that it's like, oh no, you know, it's supposed to be a scary thing when it happens. But that's not a red room, that's a green room, right? That's like fairies and stuff. So that should be the green room sound. And it's not very 1-bit, but I can distort it and down a bit crush it and stuff. That's what I imagine the green room sounding like, because that's going to have like trees and fairies and stuff in. Okay, I'm going to make the green one first, because I've stumbled across that. One of the things with having like massive libraries of stuff like this is you have to have like methods for disciplining yourself to not just spend all day going through all the presets. Like I have a keyboard over there that's like a 1982 Farfisa or something. It's absolutely awful. If you think of like all of the power pop bands like Cars and Blondie and stuff, they would have used stuff like this where they just got it out of a thrift store at the time and just got the worst thing they could find. And even at the time it was like bad. But I really love it because it only has like 3 good sounds on it, and that constrains my choices so much. Whereas when I'm on the computer, it's just like, ah ha ha, I have amassed 10 years worth of audio tools and now I don't know which ones to use. So I'm going to base everything around that because that's such a nice start, that like rhythmic bam 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 bam. I'm going to make that like the backbone of the whole song and then build everything else around that because that's quite a nice place to start. So I just need to get the tempo right for that. Bam 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 bam. Okay, sorry if the metronome sound is annoying. I'm gonna just leave that running for a minute because I don't have anything else to play to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got that slightly wrong then. Sort of sounds like, I don't know if you know Purity Ring. Sounds a bit like something Purity Ring would do. Which I think maybe actually suits the aesthetic of the game quite well, so... Got a bit crusher on here. What sound am I? Acute piano. The bells aren't hitting in the right place on it like rhythmically compared to where I was playing it when I was playing along with the other instruments. Because this is one of the things this instrument is doing is every time it plays it's slightly different. I'll come back to that one in a minute. I've got it saved. Age of Morph. Imagine having to come up with all the names for these. Every time I mess it up, I sort of just reload the preset and it goes back to where it was. I'll make a blue layer that will be basically the same thing, but with a sort of more synthy thing. Which will be for when we build our laboratories and our other blue rooms that are supposed to be sort of high-tech themed, I guess. Let me see what fits that. There was one a couple along that sounded sort of like that. Yeah, that's very sort of like low-budget cyberpunk type sound. Doesn't sound in tune with the other part though. Is there like a... That's really spooky. Bouncy castle. That's a bit more like how I would expect the Chungus to sound, but it's not quite there. I'm not taking part in the jam now. I've got like, I've just got too much else going on, to be honest. We've got a jam starting on the 1st. And then I'm away for this weekend because I'm going to help a friend. I've got a friend who's doing a workshop at a festival in the UK. It's like a kids map making workshop, like sort of learning world building by drawing a massive map. So that's what I'm doing with my Sunday this weekend. And that, yeah, so basically, if I took part in the Game Makers Toolkit Jam this year, I would get the first 2 days and then I would have to go and do something else. So ghosts and spirits. But not nagging at all, that's a totally fine question. That's quite a cute sound. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm a little bit nervous because, like, basically, I have to drive for 3 hours and I haven't driven that far in years. I mean, not since before the pandemic, really. If we put that up an octave. Oh look, we've got some supernatural and voices. That's a cool sound. It's not up north, it's in Oxford, but that kind of means I need to drive I'm in Kent, so I need to drive around London. Yeah. So many weird sounds in here. It's got like a sample of kids in a playground. That's sounding kinda Evil Mushrooms. I'm gonna copy that one out for later because I think if that was playing a different thing, it might be close to what we want for the Chungus theme. I'm just gonna do my color coding as I go along so I don't forget what I'm doing. I mean, that's got a kind of fairies in a forest glade kind of feel to it. Yeah, sorry I don't stream at this time very often. It's just that I want to always stream at consistent times most of the time, but if I stream in the evening, then my availability really depends on whether my kids are here, and I have them for like 1 week and then not the next week, so... Yeah, I think it does sort of have the right sort of thing. And the thing is, I don't have to make loads of variation now, because all we want to do is test it in the game. So just get the general vibe, test out the procedural music thing of having like... Okay, so this is... You've built a load of green rooms, and there's loads of little fairies flying around. Sort of has like a kind of sounds like a sample from like an old... Like Wizard of Oz type thing or something like that, which is kind of... yeah, like That's the kind of green magical fairy rooms. This is the technical, you've built a laboratory or something from the future. That's some weird Les. I'm just going to change the chord progression a little bit. It's so weird using this synth because none of these keys correspond to the actual note that's being played on the keyboard. So if anyone's watching it and they're kind of musical, they're going to be like, what is going on with this piano roll? Want the most evil sound I can find for the... I think maybe I'll switch to a different synth for the red one. So there is a bank that comes... Well, there's an instrument that comes with the... What's it called? The subscription I've got called Massive. That is like... Massive is like the go-to one for EDM, really. Yeah, Chris, what I'll do is, before I bounce these down, I'm going to put them all through an EQ, and if there's a particularly annoying sound in it, I'll EQ out that layer, I think. Let's see how long this takes to load up. It looks like it's completely changed since I last used it. But Massive is going to have nasty, gnarly sounds on, so maybe this will be... Maybe this will be the one that we need. In the beginning. That's cool. Things I'd recommend universally for anything, there's these ones. I think that the people that make the TB stands for Tweak Bench. If you want to make chiptune at all, these are the best tools for it, particularly Peach. But Toad is like a drum machine that has NES sounds. That's Tweak Bench Toad, and then Tweak Bench Peach just is a synth that has these like very NES sounding. And then, I don't know, in terms of free stuff, the Spitfire stuff is quite good. There's a company called Spitfire Audio, and they do stuff like this BBC Symphony Orchestra, which is like the best free orchestra you can get. So if you, like, those are the two extreme ends of audio production. It's like, what's the most horrible synth I can get? And what's like the closest to, that doesn't work. That doesn't load up for me anymore. But yeah, there's a symphony orchestra made by Spitfire that just has loads of stuff in, but I don't have access to it right now. Where was that Massive there? I turned the... What we really want, I think, is if I can go to the library, if there's a thing of arpeggiators, that will give me the type of thing I want for the mushrooms, because we want this kind of like type thing. Ooh. It's got this kind of fizzy quality to it. But yeah, there's quite a lot of good YouTubers that, particularly if you want to make ambient music, that will sort of go through the theory of stuff. You do not need to know a lot of music theory to understand how to make ambient music. It's mostly psychology, like audio psychology stuff of like, what does this remind you of and stuff. Oh! That's kind of getting in the area. It's maybe not good enough on its own, but... Let's add it and then find something else. I did set myself a rule that I would only add one synth per layer, but... I don't think that's going to be enough for... The echoed squelches, yeah. I can't remember what that was called. Has anyone seen that horror film about the mushrooms that make people go murderous? I think it's called like From the Earth or something. It's like a British low-budget horror, psychedelic horror movie. Wobgoo? Wobgoo, this one's called. Like, that's got to be Wob Wob. It's just Skrillex. That's the end boss. That's not just everyday music. Zaddy. Woozle. Basically, I think the mushroom one needs to be something that's almost completely out of orbit. Oh, that's really nice. I'm going to save that, but probably not use it for red. That's a green sound. Is there one of these that lets me make it go really wobbly and out of tune? I mean, grime does just sound like video game music though, doesn't it? Really, that's just... Have you seen that thing about, like, that track from the old Wolverine game that just sounds like grime? Log glitter? The other thing I can do is I can put if I go back to, there used to be a thing where you could put an arpeggiator on like the whole track. I don't know how to do that anymore. FL. Why you hide the thing I want? Here it is. I can add my own arpeggiator. And then it's already, and we can randomize the arpeggiator and then we'll get really mushroomy, I guess. And then that will be on whatever preset I go through on the main instrument. Maybe we'll get some guitar. I mean, we've already, this is kind of taking us closer to Mushrooms talking territory, definitely. But also, I want it to communicate that the red rooms are bad. Like, you don't want to spawn red rooms. And this is the sound of, like, you're in a scary place. All the blocks are coming for you. You're going to get stuck and you're going to have to restart your game. I can't really remember the music from Spore. I played it for loads. It's one of those games that, one of those cursed games I will never go back and play because it will ruin my memory of it. I mean, if I put those layers together... I'm going to turn these top two down because they're very sort of atmospheric and not really musical. It's very menacing. Yeah, Spore is like the Heartbreaker game that everyone accidentally invents in their own head at some point. It's like, what if you had the strategy game and the tactical game in the same game? And it's just like, have you played Spore? Like, why does it have a knob called Anima? Like, what the fuck is that? You know, sorry, I don't usually swear, but that just made me think, like, what the hell? You know, like when you name your variables in a game engine and then later on you look at them and you're like, what is that? Why did I call it Anima? Oh, jeez. I used to like trying to make really weird creatures on Spore. I made a planet of like pigs that had top hats that were part of their body. Oh, that's very mushroomy. Okay, that could be our mushrooms talking. I'm going to just have a quick play around with the rhythm, and then I think we're done with the red layer. Yeah, I think that Will Wright is very good at making simulations of things that already exist, but maybe not things that are a made-up thing that doesn't exist, if that makes sense. That's part of the problem with Spore, is it's like, you know, Will Wright can make very good sims based on actual things that people know and understand, but, like, that's not really what's going on in Spore. It's like making a whole new thing up from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to create a couple of automation tracks for the volume of some of these things so that they don't get annoying because they're so repetitive. And then I'm going to bring them in and out a little bit. So all of this stuff is just the red channel. The bad stuff is happening. Actually, I said I want it to be out of tune. I can probably do that with effects. I don't need to do it with the original synth. Red rooms. Okay, so that's all on the same effects channel. We can do some gnarly stuff to that here. I've got an effect called Freak. Imagine that probably does something freaky. Let's try it. Hi, Alexander. Remember, if you're making your first game, it's not an indie game, it's a hobby game. Can't be bothered to explain why I think that right now. Just being a snobby gatekeeper. But if you've used Unreal for a couple of days, you know more about Unreal than I do. I mean, the freak effect does exactly what it should do. Yeah, I think Unreal tends to just make things that look like sort of Sega arcade games from 2005, because everyone's just like, yes, high-res textures, yes, and it's just like, yeah, it just sort of tends to attract people that want to make very realistic looking things, and then they don't run very well. But that's just my beef with it from comparing games that I see on the channel, really. What's going on there? Ah, okay. So all of the reds are going through channel 2. I'll put the greens through channel 3 and see what they... That's a bit nicer. Our nice peaceful green rooms. Yeah, that's great. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's like, I think everyone should just try different programs and then use whatever they feel the most creative in and the most enabled in. Like, this is not the best audio software, it's just what I've spent the most time in, so I can do stuff in it quickly. It's Unreal that always makes my camera go wonky. Yeah. do I have anything here that will make this sound even more fairy tale? That might be fun to automate. I'm going to put an automation in for that. This is an absolute mess, but it's just a proof of concept, really, of like, does the system work? That just gives it some sort of slightly different harmonic stuff. It's slightly, it's quite out of tune, really, but who needs that? Who needs things to be in tune when you've got vibes? That's what I say. It's just jazz, man. I don't know if this blue sound was the one someone said that was annoying. It's like that click at the top. It's that click, so I'm just filtering that out so that this sound isn't too annoying. And I'll take some of the bass out of the green room sound so that it's just a little bit gentler. Looping blah 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 will always make your game better. It's true. We love a looping blah blah blah. So now, just to test the experience of like, okay, I'm gonna measure which is the nearest room and then make that track louder. So I'm in a blue room, and then I'm sort of walking between a blue room and a green room. And then I go back to the blue room and I go to a red room instead. And then I draft another red room, so all the rooms near me are red rooms, and it's just that. It needs to be a bit more menacing. Add the bass in. I go back to find a nice green room. Leave the red room. I think it can work. I don't know if this is the best approach, but to be honest, like trying to make beats with an audience is like I'm rushing as much as I can and trying not to get stuck on one thing for too long, because I know it'll be kind of very dull to. Right, well, let's find our golden axe drums again. And it's just a single loop. I'm not really doing anything to vary it apart from the effect automations. Plugins, it just comes down to what type of music you want to make. Like, when I make personal music, I'm mostly plugging guitars and stuff into the computer, which is like, FL is the worst tool for doing that. I mean, all of the stuff that you get in the Native Instruments subscription is pretty comprehensive. You get some good drums, you get Massive, which is like the go-to for EDM. You get some more retro type stuff for making like lo-fi or whatever. I'm just going to put that underneath it. It's called the Procedural rhythm. I'll put that in, and then I'm going to go through the presets and see what else is on there, because I've never used this like this disco preset. Just want something that's not too intrusive, really. I quite like that little harmonic. It's a bum, bum, bum. It feels like when you add the other instruments over top it, it's got quite a nice little bit of harmonic instrument interest added by that little bloop. Yeah, I'll keep it on that preset. That was great. Making like minimal Streets of Rage minimal techno. That works for me. Yeah, this freak is like it's like a phaser with a bunch of other stuff built into it. I don't really know. It just completely changes the character of whatever you put through it. It's really fun. That's done something harmonically to that. That's quite interesting. I'm gonna keep that in, and I'm just gonna automate these two a little bit so that they vary throughout the track. Because again, this is not about making something with loads of melodic variation. We're just trying to do textural variation. So that's where these automations come in, which are like gradually changing a thing. Right, that'll do. I'm gonna export this now and try and get it working in the game. So this first track is the drums, which will just always be playing. I'm probably gonna have to bounce this down 3 times because I don't really know how to do it any other way. So I'm saving it as an OGG, and the reason for that is that OGGs they have the compression of an MP3, but they don't have any metadata. So if you ever want an MP3 size file for a game that is like looping music, don't use an MP3, because the metadata in an MP3 do this thing where if you try and loop an MP3 in a game, especially if you've got multiple and you want them to loop over each other perfectly, the metadata for the track, which is basically where like the name of the artist and stuff like that is recorded, that metadata creates this tiny little gap when you play it and loop it. And that's why lots of like low budget games and mobile games and stuff have music that doesn't quite loop properly. They've used a 30-second loop. They've used an MP3. An MP3 just doesn't loop properly in game engines. So that's my one practical thing for everyone. Use a WAV. If you don't have space for a WAV, use an OGG or a more compressed format that isn't an MP3, because MP3s do that. I've got to wait for it to bounce down now. And then the idea will just be run them all at the same time, but immediately duck the ones that we're not using, and then slowly increase the volume of them based on what we've done in our level. It's weird, my OBS was like showing sound coming out of the sound card, but I can't hear anything. I've just muted it for now. Yeah, MP3s don't loop properly. You can sometimes mitigate it by cutting like a third of a second off the end of the loop, and it will sound like it loops properly. But the gap will be different depending on devices and stuff. So yeah, just avoid MP3s and use OGGs if your engine allows it, or use WAVs if you've got space. But it stands out particularly on mobile because they try and use the shortest music possible, the smallest file possible, and you get a loop and you get 30 seconds, and then every time it jumps, it's just like really subconsciously jarring. Like I can notice it quite a lot because I do music, but a lot of people will just be like a subconscious like, ugh, you know. Yeah, I think you can justify WAVs for things that you really want to be high quality, but it really depends. Godot only allows OGG. Yes, I'm all for platforms just being strict on you using the good thing rather than the bad thing. I'm fine with that. Have I? Oh, hang on. Just wonder if there's a thing I should have turned off here. Yeah, cut remainder, that's fine. So I've got it set to cut remainder, and that just means it's not gonna, if you have an effect at the end of the song, like a long reverb, and you don't have cut remainder on, it will let that ring for the end, and then they won't loop up properly, because if they all have different reverbs, they'll restart at different times. Can you hear that now? It's like on my OBS. This is the sound card and it's doing something, but I'm not doing anything with it anymore. So I'm gonna just mute that for now while we bounce these down, because like I can see it's doing something, but it's not audible on my end, so I'm worried about what that sound is. BGM _ Red Room. I'm gonna lower the bitrate just so we get this done a bit quicker. The thing is, I'm going to put this in the engine and then it's going to drive me mad immediately because it's so repetitive, and then I'll have to do it again. But if I set this up right, I can just replace the files with the same name and it will just work. Just need to name things right in the project. And then when I've updated this, even if I do this completely different melody, tempo, everything, as long as I have those 3 tracks and I just overwrite the existing ones with the same ones and they're all the same length, the project will just run the new ones and sync them up the same way. Watching a media thing render. That's what everyone wants when they watch a stream. It's just watching a bar go up. What more could you want? Black. Okay, 2 more left. So this is taking a little while. It'd take even longer if I did them as WAVs. Premature addition of procedural music. That's what all games need. Just add, 4 weeks, 6 weeks into prototyping. Game is completely unproven, possibly not fun. Even if it is fun, possibly buggy and broken in a way I cannot recover from. You know what? Let's add some procedural music. Perfect. Perfect timing. I don't know if anyone else has a channel, but occasionally I go into held comments. And by occasionally, I mean every other day. And it's sort of, it's basically the comments that have been automatically blocked, and then you can approve them or not. And sometimes there's stuff in there that's not terrible. And it's like, and it's just like some word has been picked up as negative or something. And sometimes it's like a new person has found the channel and they're just like live commenting, or they're watching a video and they're like commenting 10 times on one video every time they have a thought. It's like, yeah, I really need to learn Godot. I just, when I'm doing a bit better, I'll probably just do a stream series that's just called like An Idiot Learns Godot or something. And I really like the idea of the node-based stuff, but if it kind of represents it in a visual way with looping stuff together, if it's anything like Unity blueprints, it will hurt my brain, and not in a like hard to think about way. I just really hate visual mess. And it was when I first learned Game Maker, I was learning with drag and drop. And then I converted some of the drag and drop to GML, and I realized it was just a lot tidier. It was less visually annoying than using the drag and drop. I thought, I want to use the drag and drop. That's easier, isn't it? And then I was like, oh, it's really messy, and you can't keep it tidy yourself. Last one, and then I'll shut this down for a moment. And try and get it working in the game. A little music as a treat. Yeah, exactly. It is really hard to sort of like, I was talking about this when we were doing level design, wasn't I? Of like, you have to balance the things that you're doing for the game and the things you're doing for yourself for fun. Because otherwise you'll never make anything. It's very simple. I mean, I think every kind of creative thing has different elements of it that are more fun to do, and different elements of it that are like polished, or some aspect of it that you just don't enjoy doing, but it won't exist if you don't do it. Is it known yet whether it's okay to use generated music for a commercial game? I don't know. I'd prefer it if none of you use generated anything for any game. This is a craft-based channel. I've spent my entire life messing around with different things, and I'm still crap at a lot of them. I'm crap at art. I can paint okay, but making art on a computer, not very good. Not very good at any kind of art where you need to be tidy. Can do certain types of music. I really think if anyone sits down for 6 months with any medium and messes around with it enough, they'll be able to make something okay. If you want to make a visual novel and you want to draw some characters that talk to each other, if you sit and draw every day, you'll get good, pretty good. If you want to make your own music for your game, as long as you set yourself some restraints and go, okay, this is going to be very simple. It's just going to be 3 instruments. I'm not going to spend loads of time on it. Then you'll make something okay. So when you ask a question like, is it known whether it's okay to use a generated music for a commercial game? Someone in the chat will be able to tell you, but it's not the sort of thing I would look into because I'm just not interested in it. I'd even go as far as to say that I'm not interested in helping people to do it, you know? Steam wants you to declare everything that has AI on it. I've definitely played some games where they had that declaration that the music was generated or something in it was generated. People can't tell as much with music. People can tell quite well with visual stuff. I think a lot of the people that want to use the visual one think that people can't tell, and it's kind of a matter of taste. Like if you're not a very artsy person, you might not be able to see the difference, but a lot of people can see the difference, and it really puts them off. I think I have heard music where I knew it was generated, but I've also heard music where I didn't. So music seems to be a little bit easier to get past people, but you still have to declare it on Steam anyway. So, right, sounds. I'm going to create I need to create a new folder for this, really. No, not creating yeah, that's fine. That's a sound. I thought I'd accidentally made a sprite. Music production is in here. Music for games. Okay, I'll do BGM. Sorry, just BGM Blue Room. Is that loaded in properly? Yeah, those character portraits turned out okay. It's definitely a sort of style I could do again, I reckon. Again, it just comes down to like having a couple of little rules. Whoa. I've just got the names backwards. That's our loop for the red rooms. The scary bad mushroom rooms. That's our loop for the blue rooms. I need to name them consistently so that I can reference them without getting it wrong. And then a green room. Oh, this interface is doing my head in tonight. I keep thinking I'm in the wrong one. Okay, and I'm gonna... Actually, I'll have a look and see where we've got that we can put all of the controls for this in the project. I'll probably put it in the graphics controller, in the interface controller for now. Let me just turn off the keyboard cam for a moment. And I'll turn off the chat so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I've got these BGM files into my sounds folder. Let's make their own little group. Can I create a group? No. How do I make a little folder? I can't. This is a mess, generally, because I'm still working from someone else's hacked project and I haven't taken out all of the stuff that I'm not using. Okay, so this is the graphics control, the GUI controller, and I'm going to just put the audio stuff in here. I mean, one of the things I would always look into as well is finding musical artists that are sort of in a genre that would fit your game. Because you might just have like a local band or local classical musician or something that will let you use something they've already made. And then there's a chance that you get promotion from that person. There's also a chance that they tell you to sort of bugger off. But If they just like what you're doing and they're like, yeah, you can use, I'd love to have my music in a game, you can use it, and then they give you something that they own and they can just give to you, you're going to get like a little bit of marketing from them going around telling everyone on their Instagram or whatever that their music's in a game. So that's not always going to work. I'm not recommending it as like a hard and fast way of getting music, but there's people that compose for like film and games and stuff like that. And generally speaking, they put their music out so you can buy it and buy a license. And if you commission them, you're going to spend money on them per day to do the thing. But there's other people that just make their music expressively and want to promote it and may just allow you to use something in a particular way, you know? So worth a look into. Okay, so when I create the GUI controller, I can't remember any of the functions for sound. Play sound. Here we go. It's going to be this one, and it's going to be BGM drums, priority 100, loops true, gain 1, offset 0, pitch 1. Okay, and then the others will be the same, but we will set their gain at 0. I'm very glad that it allows you to set a sound with its gain at 0 to start off with, because otherwise we might get a little like 1 frame of hiccup while it plays it and then mutes it. So it's good that we can start them from 0. Why is BGM Red Room not... Oh, Red Room 21. BGM Red Room. I accidentally renamed something there. Okay, and then what we want to do is when we create a new room, we check to see... Or how do we change the sound audio, the level of a sound? How do I change the gain of something when it's running? Do I need to put them in groups in order to do this? I think I might have to put them in groups because all of the gain setting is in groups. Yeah, there's loads of royalty-free music on opengameart.org. Loads of it. I've got my music in dozens of games because people have picked up random music that I put on there. It's not all great. You have to sort of use your judgment to work out what goes together sonically and when you're picking things from all over the place, but it's there. And it, you know, let's see how this function works. I'm gonna have to RTFM. The function will affect all instances of the sound that are currently playing in the room. Okay, we're only playing each one instance once anyway, so that's fine. The final volume will be the sound at which all further instances of the sound will be played. However, if you've used the index returned from a function like audio play sound, it will only affect that one instance of the sound. Okay. Variable sound equals audio play sound found. Okay, I got it. And I'm going to copy this across for my reference, and I'm not going to be able to use it because it's not exactly what I need. So we're going to have to store these sounds in a variable, and then we can affect it later on. So you're going to be global.bgm drums equals that one. BGM Blue Room. Probably doing something terrible by naming the global variable the same thing as the resource, but I do not care. I do not care. I'm not here to make games that work. I'm here to make bad games that don't work. Okay, so that's set them up as being at 0, but also stored them in this global variable. And that means that, what does this mean? That's the level it sets to, and that's how long it takes to change it to that. So I'm going to write some code here and then move it somewhere else. If distance nearest instance nearest xy object underscore I feel like it should be done based on the distance to the player rather than what you just built, because doing it based on what you just built, I feel like it's not going to be noticeable. But then I don't want to have to reference every single one of these different rooms either. So that's not good. So okay, I can get gain as well. That's helpful because that means I can move it up incrementally. Okay. So maybe I do it on building a room or entering a room. That could be another way of doing it. Yeah, cheese using debug keys makes sense. I'm gonna cheese it though. So I'm gonna do when the player collides with a room stamp. So this room stamp is like the parent object for all of my rooms. So whenever I want to just detect if there's a room there at all, it's that one. So if other dot object index, yeah, equals these are all my red rooms. So we're just going to test it with the red rooms first. I think I can wrap those all in brackets. I can't remember. I always get confused with ORs. Audio sound gain. Audio varia red music equals global dot bgm red room if red volume is less than 1, red volume equals 0.5. Or yeah, we'll do it loud to start off with just to check, and then audio sound gain, and the sound is that global variable again, and the second number should be this temporary variable, and then we'll make this a short amount of time, so it's going to be very sudden. I probably need to change that later, and then we can test it with just the red rooms and see if it works. We've got video game music, guys. Our red room sound is not playing though, as far as I can tell. Oh no, I didn't start. I didn't make them stop when I do my debug restart. So there was like 3 versions of the track playing over each other. Ah! How do I stop that? There we go. Stop all. Right, so BGM Red Room, that's named properly there. Let me check that the sound file is working properly here. Okay, that is definitely working in the engine. So we go back to the player controller. When that collides with the room stack, we check if the other room is one of these things. And then we check the volume of the red room background music, which should be stored in that variable. If it's less than 1, we add 0.5. Maybe we just add 1 for now, just while we're testing it. Let's just check that documentation as well and just make gain 1 is 100%. Audio sound gain global. Let's just check what this says. That's the level that we want to set it to. That's the amount of time. I don't know how the time variable functions in milliseconds, so it should happen straight away. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away the conditions and make it so that any room should trigger the red music. And then at least I'll know that that part's working, and then we can work on the conditions afterwards. It's working straight away because the room I'm starting in has triggered it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put it in the stuff that spawns the rooms. I think that's the easiest thing to do. I think what I'd really like to do is do it based on the distance. No, okay, I can do it based on the distance without... So the problem with detecting the distance, right, is to detect the distance, I've got to detect every room, and then I've got to check whether it's one of the red rooms. And the red rooms aren't, like, parentized properly. I'd have to check into their variables to find out what they are. The quicker way of doing it is checking the distance towards one of the red blocks. So if I do I don't know, I don't really want to do it too often. I don't want to be calculating that distance too often. So what I'm going to do is use an alarm to sort of check something once every second or so. But for now, I'll just put it in here, and then I can move it later and kind of... I don't need to optimize it prematurely. So this checks the distance to certain types of blocks and changes the music accordingly. Okay. Yeah, the music itself is not actually good yet. So my intention is basically once I've got these files working, I'll have a little system for the music. And then what I can do is I can go back and change the music, and then, because at the moment it's just a repeat of the same 4 bars, so it's not surprising, it's not very interesting. But what I can do then is once I've done that is I can replace those files, and it will just replace the whole thing, even if I make a totally different track, as long as it's got those 4 layers. Right, okay, so if distance to object nearest object underscore solid fungus. So if the distance to the nearest fungus is less than, I don't know, 300, then we don't need this actually. We'll do that. I'll test it with this, and then I'll apply the other layers after we know that this is working. When you need to do something several times, you just want to make sure it works with the first instance before you get to... Right, how many... A millisecond is a thousandth of a second? Is that right? It's not a hundredth of a second. That would be a centisecond. So a second and a half, probably about right for this transition. Okay, if we're close to a fungus, it goes loud. If we're not close to a fungus, it goes back down again. We could even base the drum volume on the amount of hearts you've got on something like that. Okay. Cave doesn't make a change to the music. That's our mushroom music. Ah! It fades out as I fall down. Okay, the distance doesn't work as well as I'd like, so let's halve it. Halve the distance for triggering it. I'd have no idea. I don't have the like pixel amount of distance of this game very worked out in my head. I'm not here to make games that work. You know, there's plenty of game dev YouTubers that are about engineering and how to code. Plenty of them. I will always advocate for doing something sloppily to work out if it's fun. Because ultimately, like, there's a bunch of stuff in this game that is broken at the moment. Like my jump through platforms, when I try and do that, look, I get stuck. It's just bad. It's bad engineering because I can't really code. So, but the thing is, if I build a prototype to the point where I'm like, yeah, I really believe in this. I really believe in, like, I'm not at that stage with this game yet, because what happens with people that are new to it get really, really enamored with what they're doing and they think it's good, even though it's just good for them, right? And I'm still at that stage with this. I'm just like, I think this is a cool idea. I'm not totally, I'm not totally sure on the execution yet, whatever. But if I kind of build this to a point where I'm like, yeah, this is a good idea, then it's probably worth me spending, a few £100 getting someone else to go through and refactor some of the most important bits for me, even if I can't do it myself, right? And I know that's not a privilege everyone has, but I can do nearly everything else myself. And there's certain bits of the code that I just can't get to work. So I'm just not worrying about them for now. And I will either get better at it or I will get someone else to do it if it gets to the point where I think that matters, Okay, so I'm going to turn the drums down a little bit. The drums are too loud, and I can do that in the engine, so why not? And I'm also going to move the triggering stuff from the GUI controller into the player controller, because jumping between them is going to be pointless. If I'm doing all of the controlling of them in the player controller, then their create events might as well be here as well. So the background drums, I'll bring the volume of those down a little bit when they start. And now that I've got my triggering seems to work, that means that it was at the end step. Here's my music stuff. And then we're going to check the distance to a soil, which is the block for green rooms. I'm going to make this a bit larger, because this is kind of a pleasant sound, and we want it to play a bit more. And then I will make the blue room one attached to the sort of grey blocks, even though they're not exclusively grey blocks. Oh, that's not going to work. Maybe if I do a big old else. Maybe I'll do a double if here. Yeah, that'll work. That's fine. So one of the things I tend to find, I think other people will have experienced this as well, is the games I like to program are not the games I like to play. And that's very, very frustrating. And the example I would give is like, I really enjoy programming motion and explosions and VFX and juice and stuff like that. I could do that all day long. I would happily do that for other people's games. I just enjoy doing it. Like, when I was teaching students, I would literally go and sit down with their game for a minute, and then, you know, they'd have a coin drop on the floor when you did the thing. I was like, and then I would spend 2 minutes making it bounce up and down or so. I just really enjoy that stuff, but that's generally not my favorite type of game to play. The types of games I'd like to play are thinky, involve some sort of tactics or strategy and stuff like that. And those types of games require a lot more sort of information architecture. And I've definitely seen this expressed a few times when people say, oh, it's easier to make a turn-based game. And that always makes my mind boggle, because I think, no, it's not. Like, all of the like very strict states of the game, it's like your entire game is this very strict state machine where it's like, okay, player is selecting what to do. Now the player's move is carrying out. Now the pathing needs to happen for that character. Now the player is moving their other... Like, that to me is way harder to do programming for than like an action game. And I would prefer to be making games like that, but I just can't get my head around it most of the time. I would need like a... Okay, so that's playing the blue room music. Now, we're not really in a blue room, we're in a grey room, but it's playing in the blue or the grey rooms at the moment. And then when we go into a different colour room... That's neat. I'm going to turn the drums down a little bit more because I find the drums quite grating. It's because I distorted them so much and made them so crunchy. So I'm going to make the drums really quiet. I like programming physics when it's like just making the stuff move, but when it's doing the like collision detection, it's kind of horrible. Which is why my coins still fall from the floor. Luckily, I've got my coin magnet relic that I've just started the game with. Yeah, the individual pieces of music aren't good, but the system is working, so that's quite good. I run over there, the music changes. Just only building green rooms now. So I don't have a very good way of building up or down. Run out of keys. Oh, you can't see the key meter because I'm over it. There's like a... There's like a key meter in the top. Can I get that key? I've run out of keys. Yay! So I don't know if anyone else does this when they're making their games, but at the moment this game doesn't really have a goal. And eventually there's going to be like stuff that you need to build out to in different directions, and that's kind of your goal that you're trying to do each time. And at the moment, that's not there. So I just sort of role play it. I just kind of act as if it's there, and I'll try and do a run where I try and get to the top, which is the hardest thing because building upwards is too hard at the moment. And one of the things where it's like my lack of programming skill is holding me back is I want to implement the kind of ropes and ladders that you have in Spelunky, and I just can't be bothered at this stage. I'm just like, oh, like it's quite a complex platformer controller, because you've got running, you've got like pressing down an action to pick something up and then holding it and throwing it and all of that kind of stuff. It's all of the stuff that would be in like a reasonably, like a more polished platformer that isn't just the character jumping around and nothing else, you know. So there's quite a lot of extra stuff, and digging into it and adding stuff like that is just a bit of a pain. So what I'm going to do now is go back to the RGB project and just make something completely new and try and drop it in and see if it works the way I described it working. Because at the moment, if I go to where my sound files are here and go onto these BGM files and open an Explorer, they should just immediately, yeah, I should just be able to replace these files and it will update with a totally different song. Ah, I think I didn't save it properly. That's fine though, because I want to make something new anyway, and I've got like another... Let's do a sort of speed run on it this time. So I think trying to make... I'll probably leave the blue one to just be something very simple, and the green one is going to be like our most kind of pretty melodic thing, because the green rooms are generally going to be the thing you're trying to get. That's like I need to rig this up again so that it plays to the OBS properly. The green rooms are the rooms that you're generally trying to get, so I want that to have like a pretty sound, really. Let's check out these sounds in Ethereal Earth. New toys that I have barely explored. Natural. These are quite thick. Not really what I'm looking for. I mean, I do have a distortion effect on it already as well, but... RGB 2. Whoop! Whoop! That's pretty. It's very sort of sad sounding. I think I want something a bit more organic for the green rooms though. It's quite hard finding a balance between it being something that fits an 8-bit game and still sounding a bit like nature-y. See, like, if you can't play piano and you've got a MIDI keyboard, just play the white notes. Most of what I was doing there was just like, I play a thing and just remember it and loop it, and then it's like, okay, that sounds like a piece of music. So yeah, something like that. Basically, we want like the green rooms. We want proper cutesy Zelda. There's going to be like fairies flying around in it that you can catch in a bottle and that kind of stuff. Just try and make something a little bit more complex so the looping doesn't get as irritating, because the last one, like the first sketch we put in was like a very very loopy. Where's the synth I just got? I got it in the wrong. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna call this Fairy Forest, and then that will help me remember. So I'm going to work out a couple of different parts that fall around that generally. And then that's going to be what's playing when we're in the nice rooms, which are the rooms you want to draft. Fairy Forest. And then I have to color code all this stuff as I go, or it just makes my brain happy. So there's that. And then I need to get the metronome set up to the right time. So... Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. That's about right, I think. And because it's MIDI and we're not recording any live audio in, we can change the tempo after we've recorded it as well. Let's see how it goes. Oh. But because we got that initial loop, I can just copy pasta. Let's see. Well, I'll try and play it because it will come out more natural if I get it right. Maybe I'll just record it a lot slower, and then it's going to be a lot harder for me to mess it up. Because at the moment, it's just like my muscle memory for like, I know how it sounds. I just can't remember what key is which. 2, 3. Started on the wrong chord. Okay, so that's our part 1, and there's some like music psychology stuff, like the 3 loop rule, which is the idea that people get bored of something on the 3rd time you play it, so you change one thing, like you change the chords underneath the thing or something. And I want to do something that doesn't have the same rhythm as the B part. So, dun, 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 and then maybe we're sort of like. That's kind of feels similar, but not too similar. So let's try that. That was going from A down to E. Okay, 2, 3, 4. Very, very simple, but I'm not really good enough to do anything more complicated than that. But that's at least that's kind of got 2 different parts, and we can vary between them. And maybe make something that goes behind that. What's in hybrid keys? So what was that sound from? That sound was from Luxor. So let's check out more sounds in Luxor and see if we can get something that complements that. Just like a deeper sound. Very, very subtle, but kind of very subtle, but maybe that's what we need. I'm going to add a layer of that because it's barely noticeable, but what I can use that to do, very whistle, is like create a sort of a difference between those 2 repeats. So even though this is A, B repeating, I can just sort of noodle along with this sort of whistly sound, and it will make them sound slightly different. So I'm just going to improvise around what I had before. It's not going to be great, but it will do the job, I think. Got a tape machine emulator here as well that makes things sound really retro. Just sort of... That's the most extreme. You don't want that, but... Then I'm going to compress it, because one of the things that was happening in the game was when you had them all running together, they sounded like they were really fighting with each other. Hey, Claim. Making some Zelda ass nonsense. I put it back up to the tempo I had it up when I was trying to play it at 80. Sounds more video gamey at 80. Okay. And then my blue rooms, at the moment my blue rooms are my grey rooms, so I really want the whatever goes in this channel to just be quite minimalistic. And we can't use Playbox as lovely as it is because it's just going to give me something in a weird key that I don't have any control over what key that plays in because it's samples. It's very strange. Let's have another play with Luxor because that seems to just have loads of nice little gentle sounds in it. We are totally going for SNES. Yeah, we're going for like haunted old SNES game. These are all very similar sine type sounds. No, the reason why I can't use the... I mean, I can use it, it's just it's a weird sample thing where every thing you play on Playbox is like just a weird set of samples that are just... It's like using pads. See, what I want is for when you're doing blue or red... Like, you go from a blue or red room and you get that nice cutesy fairy forest tune. So I don't want the blue track to sound exactly like that. I want it to be more like neutral. So maybe we just kind of keep droning on. Like something really minimalistic. I don't know what I've got that would achieve that. Maybe there's like... What are these? This has like weird... rhythmical. Yeah, let's go in the rhythmical section of this. This is going to have some things... Oh, there's our mushroom talking. Spent ages earlier trying to find. The blue room at the moment I'm using is like a neutral one. It's not really the neutral one because the grey ones are neutral, but the way I've got it set up at the moment is blue and grey rooms both have the same blocks, and we're doing it by measuring the distance to the nearest block. I almost just want like a Aphex Twin type, like boop, 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 when you're in like a grey room, or a blue room. Sequences, that's it. You can just see how this can become just going through presets over and over for hours, which is the most boring part of making electronic music to me. Like, If I wanted to make an electronic album, I would load up 12 presets I really like and try and make all of the songs with the same presets. It's not Toxic Biohazard, you are not the one. You are living up to your name. What's Poison? That's got some stupid arpeggios in it. Okay, I'm gonna simplify. I'm gonna have a green track, a red track, and a blue track. I'm not gonna make drums, but I'm gonna make the blue track into the drums. So the closer we are to one of the like concrete and metal rooms, the more drums we get, and then we've just got green and red to go between from there. That's going to speed this up, and I think it's actually going to work better with the code I wrote earlier. So I'm going to try that. I'm just going to make a drum loop for blue. Okay, drum loop here. Maybe we just make something really clicky and trappy like that. Need to scribble with some tiny. That's how you make trap, guys. Yeah, we're making Zelda trap. What of it? Yeah, we're making some. We're making some Zelda trap. I'm starting my UK drill era. What of it? It's gonna drop it when we get to 20,000. When we get to 20k on this channel, I'm gonna just drop an entire drill album. I'm gonna drop a drill album called "Chat Shit Get Banged." It's just all about one guy in my comments on this game's channel. Going to randomly delete some of the little triplet hi-hats. Hi, I see. I'm making some Zelda trap. You know, just having a normal time. having a normal time on the indie game channel, making some Zelda trap music. I mean, I was making music to use on streams, and then it started descending into just making music for my game, but I'll use it off for both. Indie Clinic vibes to Diag. I mean, did you notice that the background on the thumbnail is the Lo-Fi girl? I need to quantize my as much as I hate quantizing things, I think I do need to quantize my Fairy Forest riff. Quantizing just snaps it all to be in time with whatever timing you set up, because I recorded it in, so it was a bit out of whack because I can't play. It's a banger. It's a bit repetitive, but I mean, doing the work to make something not be repetitive on a stream just isn't going to work very well. It's good enough, I think. Just going to put some little edits in it and just like... just that kind of thing. So, ideally, this is just going to drop in and... that's how you do hip-hop edits. You just take out half a bar at the end of something or at the beginning of something, drop it back in on the snare. I know how you do this stuff. I have 10 failed projects in at least every known genre of music. Okay, now we need the scary track for when we go in the red room. I mean, I guess the real test of this type of stream is how quickly people go mad from listening to the same piece of music for that long, but I don't know. Right, so the red room, I mean, do we have anything scary in Playbox we can use? Maybe if I set it to A minor, which is the relative minor from the key we're in, that might be good. And then really low. And then just look for one that sounds like it's got a scary name. That's quite scary. Don't like that. In a good way. So... that's kind of a good backdrop for our creepy room, I guess. Vapor avocado. Don't know if anyone ever saw Utopia, but some of the synths in this patch really sound like the Utopia theme. So creepy, strange. It's not Chungus. We want the Chungus sound. Supernatural. Post-trauma. So many cool sounds, but not what I need for this. I mean, that's cool. I might just play along with it and see what comes out. Timer. Sounds like some sort of run the jewels thing now. Yeah, I mean, like, having a narrow set of tools and just being like, this is what I've got, better use it, is often better. Like, there's so many things on this list that are just things I don't use, and I'm limiting myself to the like couple of things I really enjoy using that just immediately get me to a type of vibe. I use even less of this stuff if I'm making personal music. If I'm making electronic music for like a game or something atmospheric, I could spend all day messing around with some of these toys. A lot of the music I make for fun is much more like, I don't know, like indie sort of tropicalia disco type stuff, which is mostly just like, I only really use samples for the drums, and then it's all kind of guitar and like natural sounding sounds. So I don't spend all this time doing this unless I'm making video game music, really. Got a very squeaky, mushroomy feel to it. Sounds like if you're out there and you want some scary you want some scary run the jewels type beats for your game. The one behind me is a Yamaha Electone, which is like a knockoff Hammond organ. It's the type of electric organ that you'd get like in a small church hall. It's not very good. It's got some fun drum sounds on it, and you can kind of put the drum sounds on and pretend your LCD sound system, because the they're such like 1982 sounds. But I needed something that I could just sit down and turn on and play and sing straight away without booting up a computer. That's a cool sound. I'm gonna get that in there. That's kind of got that creepy mushroom core thing that we're going for, but just need to make sure I don't play it all the way through. Just need to put it in select places. Just a couple of stabs of that in there. Make sure I color code these because I'm going to mess it up if I don't. What's in ambient atmospheres? Oh, there's one called Red Room. This preset is called Red Room. Oh, it's Twin Peaks, isn't it? That's why it's called Red Room, because it sounds like a Twin Peaks synthesizer. Not like a talking mushroom, unfortunately. That's nice. So we got two pieces that both kind of go with the same drums, and then they're in relative keys to each other. So the red piece is in A minor. I also put in just towards the end there that interval, which is like the most evil sounding interval, which is like the A, which is the root note, and then flattening the root note of the chord, which kind of just makes it sound really creepy. And then the happy one is in C major, and so they're like relative major and minor to each other. So as they fade between each other, it should almost sound okay, but it probably won't. But you're not going to hear them together like that. You're going to hear them briefly as it fades between them. So I'm going to start bouncing these down now. I'd try a couple of the other drum presets first, because I think that drum preset is a little bit too hard, and I would like something a bit more electronic and blippy and like more subtle, because at the moment, I mean, that's cool. Not really what I was looking for, but it's cool. I absolutely love it when you write a pattern to a particular preset, just change it, and then you just don't know what's going to be on each pad, so you get a pow on your hi-hat. Don't want anything that hard. I want something really kind of I know what I want to change it to. Let's change it to the contact patch. Rudiments has some lighter sounds in, I think. Famous last words. They all sound a bit too modern as well. I really want something that just sounds really electronic, but also quite minimalistic. So maybe going into like a very cheesy MIDI library. Where is Flex? Flex is like just a set of very cheesy. If this is another one I would recommend when someone was asking earlier, this is just a very good set of like horrible keyboard cheesy sounds. Which sounds bad, but you do need one of those. You need to be able to just go, saxophone. Like, you never know when you might want to make a Prince song. That's quite a good vibraphone, actually. Drums, 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 drums. Just too hard. Everything is just too big and tough sounding. Let's see if this has any interesting percussion settings in it. Yeah, maybe I just need to crush it somehow. Also, I haven't done anything with the velocity, so they're all... Any of them that are kind of more complex packs, they're not. They're just playing everything as hard as possible. I mean, that's starting to make it sound a bit kind of more fantasy. Getting a bit more golden axe out of that now. I think I've got like a bit crusher thing here. Time machine. Tweak bench time machine. You just turn the sample rate down. We'll go back to battery and see what I can get out of that again. I mean, it might also just be that the loop is too repetitive, so I'll probably need to edit that eventually. That string hit is like falling in an amusing place. Need to take that off. Let me see what's going on with that, because there's some quite cool sounds in that one. That's not what I was going for, but sometimes you get a happy accident, which is why I quite like doing that thing that I was just doing, which is just like... I'm going to keep that string thing in, but just like take a really sort of tone it down a bit, so it's just a harmonic. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a thing with particularly with trap, actually. It's like if you put those hi-hats in, that's how it would sound like on a lo-fi mix. Just like all of the top end gone. There's bits of the Fairy Forest riff that sound out of time. I'm gonna... The melody is very repetitive. I'm gonna start carving it up now. That part's got some bits that need quantizing as well. Let's have a look at this instrument and see what we can do with it as well. Yeah, I might do that. That's a good shout. Because what happens is it sort of just, when you do that, when you go through and like remove random bits, it just stops a bit of ear fatigue because your brain sort of fills in the gaps. What's that first one? It was the aesthetic is getting a lot closer to what modern lo-fi sounds like now, though. So yeah, I just take the first riff and just take some notes out, like you said. So you have the riff right the first 2 times, and then just take some random notes out on the next times it repeats. I think this is nearly ready for me to switch into the game. At least for like a first try at it, I think it's getting quite close to what I wanted actually. Right. It's taken a lot of the high end out of those drums, and then just a little tiny string stab just makes it sound a bit more playful and silly, which I kind of like because we're going... That's our kind of 2 registers in this game, is like playful and silly and existential dread. That should be the have a sneaking feeling that if I put this up an octave, like harmonize it with itself, we'll get like a nice harmony on the top. Yeah. And then I'm going to automate that so that we've got like a variation throughout the track of that like top layer. And then it will just stop that. I mean, it's still going to be repetitive. It's a repetitive track, but it will create some variation in Okay, I'm going to bounce them down now because I've done enough for today, and I think we've got somewhere pretty decent with that. I'm still going to go in and tweak it in the project though. So show me where you are saved. I wish to overwrite you. Which one am I saving? I'm saving the... Which channel am I saving? Ah, I'm getting lost. Okay, just the green one to start off with. Okay, and we're going to just try and save directly over... Save directly over that file. Maybe I'll close Game Maker first, just in case it poops itself. How to break your game's sound files entirely. We'll see. We'll see. The cube of doom looks incredibly bright on the screen. It's not that bright. Cube of Doom. Do. Okay, saving that over the blue room file. Working out silly workflows. That's good to hear, Gemma. Maybe we'll have Music Month next month, because there'll be everyone's going to go mad. Anyone who does the music video game jam is going to go slightly mad from hearing the same song over and over again. So if anyone has plans to take part in that, make sure you put a debug setting in to turn the song off, because making an interactive music video and listening to the same song over and over again is going to hurt your brain. Do 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 do. Oh, actually, I can rejig my code while that is saving, I think. Yeah, let me so what I want is the closeness to one of the grey blocks triggers the blue track. The closeness to one of the red blocks triggers the slight tweak from what I did before, so I don't have a drum track anymore. The drum track is the blue track, which is actually the grey track, I guess. I don't know. Premature color coding of elements. Do do do. Yeah, okay. So all of my music control code is in the player object. Why not? Why not put everything in the player object? Everything goes in the player object until we can find a reason for it to go somewhere else. Okay, that's that piece of music saved as well. And now I need to save the red one. Oh, Silent Hill one that is totally wrong for a 8-bit or 1-bit game. But it's fine. It's okay. So I'm writing over them while this is open, which seems like a bad idea, but it's fine. It would be if this is the thing that makes me lose my entire project. Okay, so the fungus, we need to be quite close to it to trigger. And the drums should fade out very slowly in comparison. I think the drums will go in and out very slowly by comparison, and that means that to get the drums to go out completely, you'll have to be like walking all the way through a very long forest or all the way through a very long mushroom hallway, and then they'll come back in whenever you're near the sort of concrete or metal blocks, whatever those purpley grey blocks are. Just got to wait for that file to finish. Now, a way to see if I've balked my project would be to open the green music file and see if it's updated here. Yeah, it's worked. Okay. And the blue room is saved and the red room is still saving. So that's where FL is still tootling away down here. So if I open the red one, it will probably be broken. But okay, that's not working. And yeah, maybe the trick to make it sound like lo-fi hip-hop is just to have a bass line that's consistent with all of the parts. That's just like the only consistent thing, maybe. But the blue room one doesn't seem to load. But also, it's not directed at the right file. That's still one of our old sounds. Let's see if the Red Room one is updated. Right, red is the correct one. Green is the correct one. And blue has gone walkies. I think I can find that though. I think I can find that. I think I saved it somewhere else and I didn't save it where I thought I was saving it. Nope. I think my drum track is just not saved properly. Okay, I'll just have to export that one more time. Exciting. Although, maybe what I could do to save some time is just make it shorter. Because they're all looping at the same time, so there's no reason why they, even if they're different length pieces of music, they should still loop okay. Because that's how maths works. So I'm going to try that. And the thing that is interesting that opens up if it works is it means if that works the way I hope it does, then it means that I can just make them different lengths and then you can loop them and then they will loop over each other in different places. They'll stay in time, but then when they're playing together, they'll always be slightly different because one is a loop of 3 and one is a loop of 4. So they kind of get out of sync with each other. And they're still in time and the notes fall on the right chords and everything, but they're just, you get lots of different variations if the procedural music was looped up to not quite match up in 4. Worth trying to see if it can be achieved. Okay, has that updated it to what it saved over as? Why does it not like that one? It's very strange. I'll do one more try. I'm going to just export it somewhere else and then move it. Just trying to be too clever with my workflow for something that doesn't need it yet. Because I'm calling it RGB Blue Room instead of BGM Blue Room, but the other thing could be having like a particular musical sting that just goes when you build different types of rooms. That's just like not in time with the music, it's just the sound effect, but it's like in key with the music, I guess. That could be quite good. Okay, let's do this the long-winded way. Did I just save it? And maybe it will work this time. It's really not wanting to play ball, that. BGM Blue Room. There we go. Right. very thuddy, but it's just a sort of technical demo type thing, so... Let's see if that works as it is. I mean, the kind of crunchiness of it fits with the lo-fi sound effects better than the last attempt did. Yeah, that's a nice idea, Gamma. I like that idea. It needs like a modifier, right? So the sound it's trying to, the level it's trying to go to is always modified by whether you're in build or play mode. Ah! Let's go to Silent Hill now. Oh. That little block of soil up there is being detected and triggering the forest music. That's funny. Yeah, Jordan, I haven't really done anything to the game. I've done a bit to the game over the past couple of weeks, but tonight it was just like trying to make a silly little procedural music thing for the game. So basically, there's like 3 types of blocks that a room can be made out of. And at the moment, that kind of cheesy Zelda-y type tune is being triggered by being near these grassy blocks. And then when you go away from them and you're not anywhere near them, then you just get the drums. I'll do one tuning thing to that quickly and try it again. So when we go... I'm getting into problems again with my way I've done parenting and stuff with the blocks. So the blue layer is supposed to be the drums, and that's not dipping. So if so I'm gonna have to do some stupid hacky stuff. So sprite index, having to like check what sprite the thing has. That's not good. I just want to create a situation where the drums can fade in. Yeah, so basically we went through making like a procedural system for music so that there are like 3 channels of music that fade in and out depending on what's happening in the game. It doesn't quite work yet. I'm just tinkering with it. I don't even need that distance check. If the nearest object is... what is that? That's not right. If the nearest thing is a solid block, which is just a grey block, then we fade in the blue room, which is the drums, else we fade it out. I don't think that's really the best way of doing this, but it's fine. Oh, brilliant, Alec. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Five Heads. I'm looking forward to all of the games tomorrow, actually. I know. I think I know a better way to do this. For instance, we're going to find the nearest solid block. Just going to check what the nearest block is and then do a bunch of stuff based on that. That will be a lot easier. Okay. If the nearest block to us is a regular concrete block, then we're going to fade the blue room music in quite quickly. So we'll do it in a second. If the nearest block to us is a fungus block, we are going to keep the blue room volume at whatever it is. We're going to raise the red room volume, which is the scary room. And we're going to mute the green room, which is the forest. And then if the nearest thing is the soil, we're going to make the green room music louder. I think I need to actually cover all of them, don't I? We make the green room music louder. We make the red room music quieter. And the blue room music should become quiet as well, but it should take a long time. And then that means that it won't fade out entirely unless you spend a bit longer in a forest section. I think that's kind of what I want. I'm not sure. I think I might have to handle turning down the red room when we're in if the nearest block is a regular block as well. Let's try that. See if it works. I don't know. Oh no, Alec, they're live streams now. When I do Indies Under the Knife on Thursdays, it's a live stream, so yeah. If you want to send the key to my email, I'll use that instead. But yeah, they're streamed live. It's easier to do. It's easier to cover a lot of games if I stream them live than if I do a edited video like I did when I started off the channel. This one's not working. Maybe I got the sprite name wrong. Spr. Oh yeah, it's called Solid Stones, that's why. Okay. So it's constantly checking what block you're nearest to. And if it is a concrete block, we get the trap drums. If we go in the fungus room, we get the Silent Hill music. And if we go in a forest room, we get the nice Zelda-y type thing, and the drums will fade out, but very slowly. The drums will take like 9 seconds to fade out entirely, I think. No, they're not fading out entirely. That's weird. I thought I'd put that in. So for... Oh no, I meant to... Ones and zeros. Easy to get them mixed up. They look so similar. I really like... I mean, it's a bug that those treasure pots are falling down at the beginning, but I really like the fact that you can build a room and catch them in it, and then they smash on the floor in the room you just built. It's not intentional, but it's fun. I really like the algorithm for spreading the fungus. It feels pretty close on to what I wanted, and I did like the simplest thing possible. I think it checks each north, south, east, and west, and it sees if there's 2 spaces empty. And if there's 2 spaces empty, it marks that as a direction it can grow in. And then it picks all of the directions it's got marked, and then it's got like a higher chance to grow down, and then a slightly lower chance to grow left or right, and then an almost 0 chance to grow upwards. So it's like kind of gravity biased. And that little algorithm for the mushroom spreading is like, yeah, basically what I've done as well is the spreading of the fungus will be a thing. You know, you see these little relics down here, they're kind of like little one-off power-ups you get that do some big upgrade or something. One of them will be like, make the fungus spread really, really slow. And we're back in the lovely forest. Yeah, so if you spend a lot of time in the green rooms and connect them together, the drums go away entirely, and then there'll be like little fairies and stuff floating around here. I intend for the forest rooms to have branches sticking out of the side of the wall, so they're very easy to climb up in. But the general idea is that red rooms are bad. These grey rooms are pretty much neutral. They're like the standard rooms. The green rooms don't really do much, but you can kind of upgrade them throughout a run, and then the blue rooms will be things that you don't really start off with. They're like much more powerful rooms, but you upgrade them across the length of the game. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't encourage most people to sit and compose music for a game they've only been working on for 4 weeks, but hey, it was a fun little side quest. The red room music is so menacing. It's even more menacing when you come from the forest into the red room, because then you don't have the drums going. Hey, Witchbolt, if you watch my channel at all and you've been thinking about doing music for my game, look, I've got a procedural music system in now. You've got this to play with when you decide to do the music for my game. Ugh. So I changed the character controller and I haven't really got the hang of the jump again, and I need to like repolish it so that you can make jumps like that one I just tried, because you can't really make it at the moment, and I had it perfect before. Okay, I'm gonna try and go up. Going up is very much too hard at the moment because we don't have ropes or climbing, but there is a way sometimes to fluke these red rooms, so you... Yep, there we go. There we go. Ah! That's good. It's good that you can do that. It's a bit high risk reward to use the chungus to climb up, but you can do it sometimes. Ah, Alec, I generally don't cover... does it have bots? Because I probably wouldn't scheduled it unless you said it had bots, because I don't have really the infrastructure to test stuff like that at the moment. It's just too much extra effort to get people together to test something multiplayer, which is why I generally don't test multiplayer stuff. So I thought, for some reason, I thought it said there was a bot version. Yeah, like I generally don't schedule games that are multiplayer for that reason. It's just too hard. I'm locked out of... I've run out of keys. Maybe I can go back and get one. No, I'm chungused. I'm chungused out of the earlier area I was in. Ah! Ah, yeah, social deduction. Yeah, I might have to take that one out and try and work out another time to do it. Maybe we need to like do a monthly multiplayer one that is sort of set up to have several people ready to test multiplayer games and then test multi at the same time, because the problem is it's just a bit of a pain to organize, and I know there's people in our Discord that would want to do it, but it's just synchronizing everyone at the same time from different time zones and stuff. Okay, see if I can go up again. Grey rooms give you a pretty decent chance of getting upwards because they have these jump through platforms that are a bit broken and you get stuck in. Chungus is a word, it's a chunky fungus. That's what it is in this game. It's a portmanteau of chunk and fungus. But it's not going to help me this time, it helped me last time. Yeah, so yeah, the green rooms do not really offer you much in terms of mobility up and down yet. They tend to be pretty useless. So I think they're probably my next port of call, because the other two rooms have a kind of character to them. When you look at the difference between these rooms, it's very obvious. And like, the grey rooms look like dilapidated buildings because the drop through platforms and the way they have these floors in them. And the green rooms don't have that yet. And I think the way I want to achieve it is that, you know, grey rooms have zigzag floors on them, and then these all have like branches sticking out the side or something. But yeah, it's very, very hard to just go up. And I think it always will be until I add a climbing rope mechanic, which I'm dreading doing because I don't want to spend any more time with this character controller, but I know I have to. Because the game's just not going to work if there's not a way to climb up. Just like running through the level with the music changing is fun as well. It's unnerving. I'm gonna tone the drums down. I absolutely do not want to add a grappling hook mechanic. I just want to do like the Spelunky ropes where you like throw an object up and it creates a rope, and then I can have some like vines that are just naturally there as well. Basically, I don't want to have any more interactions than really just sort of jumping and picking up and throwing. Really, I want to keep the base interactions very, very simple. And then, yeah, the backtracking is going to be a thing, right? Because you're going to have rooms where it's like, oh, there's a temple here and it has an altar. And then I spawn this other room and now I need to take the thing from this other room back to the altar, right? So you'll eventually be getting rooms where you want to build them close together, but you don't initially know that because you don't know what they do. And then you'll kind of work out what they do. And then in future runs, you'll be like, oh, yeah, I put them next to each other and it makes that thing easier. I don't know what those things would be yet because I have to like theme the rooms to have these kind of little mini challenges in them. See, the cellar is the blue rooms are like the rooms you wouldn't start off with, and they're like rooms that you would unlock as you progress doing multiple runs. So that one at the moment, that little pink question mark icon, is supposed to be a collection point or a spawn point for one of those relics at the bottom left. So, you know, a cellar is like a grey room that spawns some good stuff at the bottom, but you have to go down and get it, because you can't actually get into the cellar from the room that you build it from. That's the cellar. And there's an attic that's like that in reverse as well. Yeah, the Chungus should have like some sort of spore thing that occasionally spawns where you can go and pick it up and throw it at another block and turn it into Chungus. That would be good. Can I make that drop? Yes. But probably can't make that jump back. No. Desperately in need of coyote time in this game. I don't like it. It's too scary. Cursed Chungus. Be gone. I also want to do something scary when you get out of the level like this. So, like, basically, if the game detects that you're not in a room for about 10 seconds, it just sort of sends some scary stuff to get you or something. But most people wouldn't see that for a while because it takes you a while to get to a point like this where you've managed to break out of the level. But I feel like that should be a thing. There should be some sort of like goal to jumping out of the level, and also some sort of weird, spooky. Yeah, all the music stops when you're outside the level, and there's just like. Okay, I'm going to stop trying to go up, and I'm just going to try and get to the far end of the level, because the game is really not designed to let me climb up yet, because we don't have those features in that I was talking about earlier. But maybe we can actually just get to the left. The bats don't do anything yet. They just bimble around, get stuck in a wall. They can't hurt you. They're just there for placeholder threats. I don't even want to call them enemies because there's no way to fight them. I guess you'll have to throw stuff at them. I changed the main character from a sort of knight to a golem, because if they're a knight you kind of expect them to have a sword, and I wanted the character to be something kind of cute. This won't necessarily be the finished design, but something kind of cute and also something that seems like it's like the servant of something else. Because I'm going to have like a GLaDOS type antagonist boss type person giving you orders and stuff like that, I think. In a very simple way, but yeah, I don't want the player character to be like a powerful hero type character. I want them to be something a little bit goofy and cute. And it was a knight initially, and then the knight kind of suggests swords, and I didn't really want to put a sword in. I might do later, but... Yes, exactly, the antagonist will be ups. Well, I think basically the way I'm imagining it is after each run, you go back to this castle, and your boss is there, and he's like a big evil lich type thing, or some sort of like anti-pope, and he's like giving you little missions to go off and find him treasures and find him relics and stuff, but he's really unpleasant, like the boss from hell. And then you go on another run, and that's it. And I'd have like a, you know, very, very simple dialogue that he can do, and then a list of strings, and every time you go back, you know, maybe if you've done something here, it adds something to the list, like, oh, I see you found the bonsai tree or whatever. But generally, this kind of lich anti-pope, who is your boss, who is the person who's sending you out to do your little missions and stuff, is not nice, and has shitty feedback for everything you do. So that could be another thing. Yeah, if you boundary break, if you get outside the level, it just adds it to his list of things to comment on, and you go back and he's like, oh, I see you've been trying to escape, have you? Yeah, so it's kind of the GLaDOS reference I was getting at of like, you know, there's someone that's kind of initially telling you what to do, and at the start it's like you just do it because it's a video game, and then later on it's like, oh, hang on, I think maybe this person's the villain, you know? Yeah, exactly, kind of like Hades, yeah. I think that idea of a boss who is an antagonist really fits the kind of run-based game format, because it maps on very well to your kind of frustration. I hate this job so much, I'm going to fall into the ether. Very almost like the jars in this almost feel like it's a gacha game. Because it's just like, am I gonna get a key? Am I gonna? No, I'm not. And I'm getting keys more than I should, because I've put the relic on that gives me more keys. The thing is, I don't want to have loads of jars, because picking them all up individually and smashing them is fun, but if you have 3 in a room, it stops being fun. So I need to have more ways of spawning keys, and I also need to have more rooms where you just know you're going to get a key. Like the room that's marked as a camp, I think it's marked as a camp. It's like a little green room that just always has a campfire in it. That always has a key. And I think what I'll do is, when you're choosing which room to build, there'll be a little bit more information about what each room has in it, kind of like in the blueprints. So, because at the moment it's just a name at the moment, and if there's something that always spawns in that room, it's totally down to my memory and not anything that's communicated. Yeah, eventually I think there might be shops. I don't know, I'm sort of thinking about it. I think I'm leaning more towards you sort of take your money at the end of a run and you spend it in this like castle place. And then that's kind of what you use the money for. That's what you invest the money in. But I mean, there could be Spelunky type shops where there's just like 3 items and you can spend your gold to get one of them, and it's like one of these relics, because the relics at the bottom are going to go away each time you die, and they're just things like making something more likely to happen or making your jump bigger or something like that. So having a shop would just give a more controlled way of getting those, I guess. But yeah, it's horrifically balanced at the moment, and I think my next pass would be making the green rooms just have a bit of character and be useful in some way, because at the moment they're not. And I want them to be the ones that you sort of upgrade as you do a run. So they could have trees in, and then you get a relic that makes all the trees, I don't know, makes all the trees taller or something like that, or makes the trees drop fruit, or maybe some of the green rooms have bees in and you don't want bees, and then you can kind of like have a relic that repels the bees. Okay, cool. That went pretty well, and the last thing I'm going to do is just global.bgm vol equals 1, and then I've got just a very quick way of turning the music on or off for myself there as well, because I can just change this to 0 and it will, and then later on when I add my music menu I can use that variable there. Cool. Dogs with bees in their mouths. Yeah, that's the classic one. Right, thank you all. I've been online longer than I intended to tonight, so I'm gonna clock off tonight. Had a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out with me and putting up with listening to the same piece of music for 3 hours. It's very impressive. And see some of you tomorrow if you're around for when we do the Indies Under the Knife stream. See you guys soon. Bye bye.